So there you go. I was playing around with OBS. That was so slick. I took slickness and basically threw it in the bin. Anyway, well, carry on with this project. So yesterday I had got to the point of implementing the collision detection, and I think the next thing I need to do here is it can detect when there is a collision, but I need to figure out what it is I've actually collided with. And to do that, I'll need to just do a check of bounding boxes, I guess. Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult a check to do. Well, yeah. I mean, I need to... Is there a way of detecting which... Well, actually, no. I'm being silly. There's a much easier way of detecting what it is that I've actually collided with, because all the sprites have collision detection. And if the ship collides with something, that something will also detect the collision, and then I know which sprite it is. So actually, I forgot I've got that. So I don't need to mess around with bounding boxes at all. So, well, then that's it. So I've done that then. I don't need to do anything. It's already there. I can start implementing the gameplay. So that gameplay involves collecting the letters in order. So shall I, and then when I collect a letter, I need to make it disappear, which then leads the question, do I have an enable and disable? And I don't know if I have an enable disable bit yet, to be honest. I don't think I made one yet. The sprite flags. Oh, sorry. Oh, my apologies. I was going. I'm about to sneeze. You better turn off the microphone. I was like, which microphone? Oh, sorry about that. I really got a like. Wow, amazing. Thank you. What a way to greet a viewer. Maybe I should sneeze more. Oh, it's gone. Went to 0. I sneezed them away. So, right, sprites flags. I have not detailed what these sprites flags are doing. I think I have 4 already. 4 sprites flags. I think I should document them. Let's put the documentation here. So, bit 7 is buffer 1 or 2. Hello. Thanks, new person. How are you doing? Welcome. Yes, the source code is in this window here. That be the source code. This is the game. And I'm doing this 6502 I'm just sorting out the bits for the sprite flag. So the way I have it set up is bit 7 tells me whether or not it's being drawn using, I mean, whether the clearing information is in buffer 1 or buffer 2 and the drawing information is in the opposite. And at some point I had bit 0 and I need to just check because I didn't document this. So bit and 1. Do not update if a sprite from the group has already been updated. But, right, yes, bit 1 is whether it should be a sliced sprite. That's so that it just draws the sprites in a kind of circle, 1 sprite per frame. That's how I'm moving the letters around, so that I get more letters on the screen without using more CPU. It's time slicing them. So this is whether or not this is slice the sprite. This one is sliced sprite drawn this cycle. The sprite a sliced sprite is enabled. This frame slice sprite is enabled this frame, and something I need to do is this enable sprite. Oh, it's disable sprite, because I need that for when I collect or destroy a sprite and don't want it to draw anymore. So I'll need to add that facility in, which should be fairly easy. Well, I should probably put it in the update sprite section, and what's going to happen there is that as I do the update loop, clear the draw bit, should this be sliced, etc. Yeah, I need to load the sprite flags and then AND it with that bit that I was just looking at, which is, yeah, the third, bit 3, which is 1, 2, 3, that's 0, 8. And if the result of that is that it's not equal, yeah, I should bypass drawing the sprite completely, which is, well, updating the sprite, so I'm not wasting CPU cycles doing calculations for a sprite that doesn't exist. This would stop the sprite moving, and I think I'll just do that for now. I will keep drawing for the moment because I'll need to add some more in there, but it's a good idea not to try and do too many things at once. So let's check to make sure that that didn't break anything, which it didn't. And then I need to then I need to do the collision code. So upon the ship colliding with something, well, the collision check is here. Let's just check that the collision check is still checking. So when this collides with something, we can see it pauses just to show that the collision worked. So now I need to know which thing did I collide with, and that. Right, so instead of JSR delay, I'm going to do JSR handle ship collision. Oh, yeah, I've got to check all the letters, so if I'd probably need to do just remove this debug code, and we'll just do handle collisions, and I don't really need that comment anymore. So we need to handle collisions. Maybe I'll put it here. So for handling the collisions, I was at the RTS, I have to check all the letters because I want to know if a letter, I want to detect when a letter has collided with something. So I'll need to set up a loop, which I'll do with loading the X register with, I've got num sprite, but num ketters, ketteroids, yes. Right, and so when I do that, that's num letters -1, and we'll put a label HC1, handle collisions 1, and here we'll do decrement X and branch if not equal to .hc1. So this is doing a little loop around through all the letters, and we will make sure that this works. I just like running it very frequently because it makes it easier to debug things. And I don't have a debugger, I don't even have a print statement, so it's very interesting relearning how to do that when you don't have anything for debugging. How do you do it? Yeah, this is how. So I know that that is working, that loop is working. Well, do I? Did it get executed? I suppose I can jump halt. When I jump to the halt routine, it stops, and then this counts like that. You see that flickering up there? It means it's called my halt routine. So this is being called. And what I want to do is check the collision bits. Now, the sprite engine sets collisions in sprites collisions. These here. So if I load the sprite collision X, I'm now loading that, and I do branch if equal .hc2. This is if there are no collisions. So now if there's a collision on any letter with anything, it should arrive here where I could just JSR delay, and then hopefully what we will have is that whenever there's a collision it will slow down. Currently H and D are touching each other. It still thinks that something is colliding. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. It's the letter J, which is off screen for some reason. That's annoying. Because J is, you can't see a J, which means it's off screen. And then I haven't really set up the you know, handling going off screen yet. Why does it start? Why is J starting off screen? I better check the starting coordinates. Oh, they're here. These are the starting coordinates. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and this is J, is 128 in the x-axis. In the y-axis, just sort of lining these up a bit better so that I can... Yeah, that's kind of weird, because it's 128,0. Oh yeah, its y-coordinate is 0, and it's probably moving up. And then it, because it was moving up, it went off screen. So if I go and put this sort of somewhere else, like 120, J should appear here instead of up there. It still thinks there's a collision. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. In theory, the collision should only happen if you can see pixels cancelling each other out. And I didn't see a cancelling out, and yet it slowed down. That's C and D. It's actually doing 2 delays, because it does a delay for the C and a delay for the... I'll be here all day. What would be another way? When there is a collision, stop the sprite. That will be good enough for now. Because I've got a... Yeah. It is true. Sorry, I lost my place. Where were we? Handle collisions. Let's also load the sprites flags, and we're going to AND that with $80, which is the disabled, and if branch if not equal .hc2, so it won't check for collisions when a sprite is disabled. It got freed there. And now, instead of doing JSR delay, I want to disable the sprite. So what I need to do for that is load A with the sprites flags, and then we want to clear the sprite. So if I AND it with immediate dollar, no, it's set to disable. I need to OR that, which immediate $80, so that's 80 in hex. No, 08 in hex, let's get that right, and that means this was wrong as well. That's not, there should be 08, right. So if 08, and then if, and then store it back.
Sure, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
Hey Google, keep quiet.
Okay, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
First you'll have to unlock your device. Keep quiet. So load a sprites flags, store it. So in a bit of luck, if there is a collision between any letters, oh right, well if I get rid of the error on line 411, the instruction is OR A. See, H and D collided, F and C collided. Bring Hal back. All right, there's noise on the screen, which is weird. Oh, that's very weird, isn't it? So I've got to figure out the noise. Now, what is the noise? What is the noise indeed? The noise means that I've got drawing happening over the, while the screen is being drawn by the, I'm modifying the VRAM while the VRAM is drawing the screen, which means that something is suddenly taking up a lot more CPU. I've run out of CPU in the vertical blank period. Or something. Very puzzling, but it did stop the letters that collided. What's the noise? Yeah, how are you doing, Refly? I don't know. Where is the beef? What's the noise? Hey, Alan. How are you doing? The stats are lying to me again. And I keep hitting the microphone. My apologies. That probably makes an unpleasant noise. I'll get used to it in the end. Do not hit your microphone, Dino. Yeah, it could be, actually it's a good idea, use it as an effect, I suppose. But what can we do? That's really odd. Let's debug it. Yeah, how do you debug something like that? You know, you're not, even if I had a debugger, it wouldn't help me. You'd place a breakpoint and everything would stop, and then it's like, good luck figuring out the timing from that. I made some, you know, I've got opinions about software engineering. I think that after 40 years of doing it, you know, one probably has permission to express opinions about the fundamentals of software engineering. And once I was talking about, well, I often say it, I don't like debuggers, not really. I find they're very crude and they lie, and they very often don't work. It's like you're debugging code, and it turns out that something is wrong with the system, so the code is actually being compiled in an optimized way. If not, or you know, it's optimized, and if they're not optimized, so then you have to start putting in optimized statements. Well, then you've just had to recompile your code anyway. And then too many instances in my life I've had debuggers lying to me. This was terrible while I was doing Kickoff Revival. The debugger would keep lying. This was in C#. It just, you know, would say an invariable Boolean was true when the Boolean was false. It's like you don't have time for that, you know. And then there's the other problem, is that when you're debugging things that are in the time domain, the time domain is very interesting because you can roughly split software engineers into level 1 and level 2. A level 1 engineer is very comfortable with code that runs in a sequence that you can actually debug very easily with a debugger if the debugger isn't lying to you. So it's like you execute some code and it needs to put some output, and you can step through it and so on, right? Level 2 programmers are comfortable with the machine inside the machine. In the sense, what do I mean by that? In the sense that things are in time domain. So this is where you're debugging something like, for example, the thing is running, but once every 200 frames there is a bug that is introduced randomly because of some time element. I don't know, just, you know, a race condition. If you want to debug that with a breakpoints, good luck to you, because I mean, I'm not saying you can't, but it's not the best tool. The best tool for it is logging. You know, because then what you do is you build some code and some logs, you just code to check it, whatever. You put it in there to gather the information that then you can analyze after a run. So you're then compiling and rerunning, and it doesn't matter what you do, eventually you're going to have to go further than relying on a debugger. But because of the way that I taught myself to program, I started with no debuggers. There was no debugger. I mean, I'm here building this game that I made back in 1980, but I have luxury here, even without a debugger. I'm running it on an emulator so that I don't have to loading from tape is instantaneous. I'm using an assembler, cross assembler on a PC, which compiles or assembles instantaneously. If the computer crashes, it doesn't matter, I don't lose my code. And just imagine this, I'm working on the ACORN hat in 1980. I was doing the same thing you're seeing here, but I'm using the keyboard and the screen of the ACORN Atom Basic, which has an assembler built into it. So the source code is living on the same PC at the same Atom that the game was, which meant that you would have problems with memory, as I needed to fit the source code and the actual game into the memory in order to be able to build it, until I started splitting the code up into parts and linking them. Right. And then the cassette tape, which was the storage medium, was really, really slow. I mean, like extremely slow and unreliable. How I managed to do this, I don't know. It's like we take these things for granted. But what it meant was I really started off right at the beginning of very guerrilla programming training. It's like, yep, you need to be careful to back up your source code, because, that clear screen routine that you're doing, all you need to do is make a little mistake and it's going to go through and wipe out all the memory on your on your computer, which means it'll have wiped out your source code. And yes, you don't have a debugger. Yes. And when you're in the graphics mode, that I'm in here, you can't display any text. I'll show you that actually. If I go, it's like if I reset the ACORN Atom and I go here and I say clear 4, I will switch it into high resolution graphics mode. Right? You ready? I am now in high resolution graphics mode. That's pretty, I can't remember, it's 320 by 200, I think. Something like that. Yeah, you see that at the top left? That was that was this. It's sort of, thankfully, the operating system resets the graphics when there's an error, so you can read the error message. Very good at that. So it gave me a bit of a, compared to probably people today, unique experience in debugging. I could debug anything. So yeah, but anyway, I was saying about those two classes of programmers, ones that can handle temporal stuff, that's things that are over time. When you think about it, you've got the execution of the CPU, and then there is an execution of the virtual machine that the CPU is running. Like if you have a counter, I'll give you an example. If you have a loop that's running, and then every time it goes through the loop, it modifies a pointer to a list of items, and it's reading out those items because it's like a little virtual machine. And you have two of those and they're interacting. It's that kind of programming, and it's quite hard. And you'll find that you have to train for it, basically. It's not because the programmers are... You've either trained for it or you haven't. And if you don't train for it, you're not going to be very good at it. And if you're not very good at it, you will struggle with these temporal things, which is why we see that this is a weak point in a lot of games. For example, you say, well, what's he going on about? I'll give you an example. If you make a football game and the ball goes out of play, what you can do at that point is just immediately reset all the players and put them in the positions for continuing play, like that. And this is great because you just execute a piece of code that puts the players where they need to be, and everything is as simple as it possibly can be. But with the disadvantage that it's a bit disjointed. It's like, the goal is scored, and immediately that the goal is scored, you reset the time, you increment the goal score, and you put everybody else in different positions, and you run the game immediately. Well, of course, the problem is that the player is not going to be able to really follow what happened there, and they don't get the chance to appreciate the goal. And then anyway, the player's popping. It just doesn't look very realistic. So what you can do is do what I did with kickoff. And when the ball goes out of play, the players don't immediately teleport. They actually run to their positions. Things are alive. This was deliberate. This is my style, the way I like to do things. It's like, let's have everything moving together. But it is not easy because you are creating what are effectively multiple programs running simultaneously that all have to coordinate. And that is what I mean by temporal programming or concurrent programming, and you have to train for it. Anyway, so I did a lot of training right here because that's everything that you're seeing. And the problem I have here is temporal. It's like it's time issue. I'm looking at this has encroached. So there are two questions. One is, what is it writing to the screen? It could be anything being written to the screen at any point, anywhere. What is being written to the screen while the screen is being rasterized that's causing that? That's the first question. The other question is, why is it taking so much CPU? It's a very large chunk of my available time every frame. So what do? I think the only thing I can do, since I don't have a debugger or logging, and the logging wouldn't help here too much because can you imagine how long it would take to print something out? That would throw out the timing. But I can use this information, this noise, I can use this noise to help. And it's a little bit like the way that it worked with, with old school development, that you could change the background color of the screen at any time while the screen was being rasterized, and people had used that for getting timing information, for profiling, so that you could know, oh, I've done the routine for moving the sprites here, and then I change the background color, and then I draw the sprites and I change the background color, and what you have are these bands that you could see on the screen that would show you per frame, dynamically as the game is running, how much time has been taken for different parts of your code. And this is very similar to that, in effect. What I'm saying in a very kind of funny way here is that the ACORN atom does not have a means to change the background color of the screen. At least I don't think so. I don't think it does. However, this noise, which is a huge problem that you have to avoid getting this noise, can actually be useful because you can use it to profile your code. How cool is that? I don't know if I ever used it to profile my code on the ACORN atom because I don't think I was that sophisticated. I mean, this was back when I was like 15 or something. It was like my first assembly program code. I've been waffling on, but there's not without reason, because I wanted to see if it was stable too, and I can see it hasn't changed. Or for kickoffs, vertical scrolling pitch lines, exactly. The trick there was to have two colours of green, two shades of green, to create the illusion of vertical movement. Not my invention at all. The first time you will have seen that being used would have been on the wonderful Atari 400, 800 computers, probably on the 2600 too, but I never did any 2600 coding. So there's the famous Atari logo, you know, that like this, the multicolored one, where the multicolored lines sort of scroll, and it looks really nice. I mean, even now it looks nice, but it was done with such a simple cheat. At the end of every line, there's a horizontal interrupt, and it would just change the color of the background. And it's the CPU doing that on the horizontal blanks. And you could get all kinds of rippling effects and so on. So I used a similar idea on the Atari ST. Atari ST didn't really have very much in the way of hardware, but it did have a horizontal blank, and you could change the background color. So anyway, back to this. I can't. I need. So what do I do? Well, all I know is I've got these horrible lines here. So they happen when there's a collision. So I suppose I could just comment out this one instruction, and that means that even if there's a collision, it should not disable the sprites. And then hopefully, well, I don't know, hopefully I still get the noise. I say that because if I was to get the noise, that would be more interesting. I'd get more useful information that way, but no, it's absolutely fine. There's no problem. So this means turning sprites off generates a problem. You notice the code here loads the flags, ends it with 08, which is bit 3, and if that is not equal, it skips. So this store instruction is not going to do, it can't be the handle collisions basically that is taking all the time. I think that's extremely unlikely. So it's got to be something else. It sort of grows. So by the time I've had 2 collisions, by the time I get 2 collisions, and I start seeing this noise appear. So let's have a look at the implementation of my sprites flag, the implementation of my disable, actually. Which would be update sprites routine. So what did I do here? Let's just check that. So I go through all of the sprites and I load the sprites flag and I AND it with 8, which is bit 3, and if it's set, I skip update loop. How bizarre. That does look very odd because it means it cuts out stuff. How can this cause? That is very, very odd. Okay, so now I'm going, what can I do to shed clarity on this when I have no logging and I don't have a debugger? So what I can do is think, if I make a simpler case, can I reproduce this problem directly? So what I'm going to do is keep that code there, but go back to the collision routine and turn the collision, not do the collision anymore. So I turned off handle collisions, commented it out. So it's not handling any collisions anymore. But if I go down into those sprite flags and say for the letter A, change that to 9, I'll have set the disable bit for the letter A. And that, as we can see, the letter A is not moving. If you notice how fast the compile and execute is, this development cycle is really, really fast. That makes things a lot easier. You can't really do this kind of debugging, which I argue you eventually always have to do this kind of debugging at some point. You can't really do this kind of debugging if it takes a long time for things to build or execute or test. That's a nightmare in video game development when you're working on a huge game, especially true like AAA development. If you're working on a huge game that has, where there's such a bug that occurs only in full builds, which take 6 hours to make, and you can't reproduce them any other way. It sometimes happens. So if that happens, then every one of these tests takes 6 hours. The thing is, no, I know, I can't even remember doing it. That's the thing, even though I did it. But there is a funny thing, is you'd think about that and say, oh, it's a dead loss, all that wasted time. But that's not quite correct. It is slow and it is cumbersome, and you have to be very careful. And while the tape is loading and saving, you're thinking about your code. So it's not necessarily a given that we make things better through convenience. You know, if you think about the discipline that's required to work in an environment that is inconvenient, that really builds your abilities. And so, and that actually has value. It's an interesting thought, isn't it? I find that interesting because it's not like I turn my back on the conveniences, but what I found, funnily enough, was that if I go from the work that I did 40 years ago on environments more, as I said, on the actual machine itself, less convenient than what you're looking at here. And I'm thinking, well, now with our computer systems 100,000 times faster than the ACORN Atom, we should be just rocking it. Everything should be so brilliant and smooth and work first time and just be brilliant. And software engineering now should be a thing of wonder. And it's not that way at all. Think about it. Anyway, I will continue disabling these sprites to see what happens. You see, this is odd. This is an odd debugging situation here, because as you can see, I'm turning these sprites off, and it's loving it. No problem at all. I'm curious though, because I don't know what it's doing to the timing. I have no timing information. I can't stick a bloody profiler on this. No, but I just had a thought. It'd be interesting to see what happens. In theory, as I turn these off, I should be using less CPU. And I can probably, I've never tried to do this before, but I can probably, that I remember, but I can probably do a little trick here. Because, oh, yes, I can. I can use that, not exactly what I was saying. I can profile with the noise. I'm going to, right, if I go to my main loop, this might help me understand what's going on. So in my loop, after the VSync, which is here, I draw the sprites, and this should happen all within, off the screen, right? Then it comes back, I increment the frame counter, I update the ship, I update the sprites, I prepare the sprites to be drawn, if I write anything to video memory at this point in the code, I will see noise occur at the end of the processing that I'm doing for the frame, and this will tell me how much CPU I've got left. I know back from the drawing, I'll know how much I've got. Well, I don't know how much I've got left at the moment, but I know when I'm trying to draw too much, because I will see the noise at the top of the screen. But I'm going to just do increment, and this whole thing I just described, I implement with one instruction. How convenient is that? Except it didn't work. I mean, unless it's doing everything off screen, I would expect to start seeing noise. So let's investigate that a little more, because maybe my understanding of this noise is wrong. So I do have all my sprites turned off though, so it is entirely possible. And it's only drawing one sprite per frame, plus the ship. It's entirely possible that it's doing everything off screen. So, oh, and there it is. I made the connection that I think I know what's gone wrong. It's to do with the slicing. If the disabling of the sprite breaks slicing, we could end up in the situation where the disabled letter is being drawn every frame. That's exactly what's happening. The disabled letter is being drawn every frame, and so that means that as they get disabled, I'm drawing more and more sprites per frame. Although interestingly, that doesn't happen now, does it? Which suggests that it could be a problem of disabling sprites in the middle of a slicing cycle. If I disable the sprite in the middle of the cycle, that would be akin to modifying an iterator while you're iterating on it. I think I have the equivalent of that problem is what. But anyway, let's try something here, because I'm kind of curious. I'm going to first of all turn the sprites back on. And apparently everything is being drawn in like a fraction of the available time per frame. Everything is happening, allegedly. I really want to see if I can use this profiling method, because it's going to be really useful. So what I will do is go to this point here and put in a fake loop. Load x immediate 0. Nop, no operation. Let's make a loop here. So we'll do a decrement x and then branch if not equal .l1. So this is I'm deliberately wasting CPU cycles with the aim. See, that's beautiful, isn't it? How beautiful that is. So even on this 43-year-old machine, I have a way with nothing to profile. I just love that, because what you're looking at there is the cost of my loop has taken the end of the processing from after the VSync, the drawing of the sprites, the moving of the ship, the updating of the sprites, preparing the sprites being prepared for drawing, and also my loop are all take me to this point of the screen, and you know, we can turn that into milliseconds approximately. I mean, you know, it's good enough. You could say there it's approximately 1/5 of the screen, and the screen is one loop is 20 milliseconds. So it's a fifth of 20 milliseconds. It's about 4 milliseconds here, and then probably is another 4 milliseconds. I don't know exactly how long it is. I've never measured it, but the V blank period. And if I change the number of knops here, it will move up. And if I increase the number of knops, it'll move down. So that's brilliant. This is taking a defect and turning it into a strength. I love it. I'm going to that's it. It's profiling with one instruction. The entire instruction to create that is this, which is incrementing that 1 byte in VRAM, in video RAM. Yeah. Let's get rid of this delay, since I proved that concept, and get back to what I was trying to do. I'm going to leave the profiler. I know when I'm right out of cycles. Exactly right. I was just thinking that if I could use a thing like that to measure, because I can't see the noise that happens off screen, but what I could probably do is measure how big that V blank period is, and then put a delay in there properly, delay in there to start the drawing at the top of the screen, and then I can also profile the draw routines. But I don't know whether I'll need to do that. Anyway, I'm going to leave that noise in there. It's too useful. If I recompile now, it's gone away. It's gone away because it's doing everything in the game before it even starts drawing, all in the vertical blank period. So now to get back to the problem. This is the thing, though, is I will get an indication in a minute about where this cost is, which I think is in the drawing, but that profile thing will help me, because I'm going to turn the collision detection back on, because that's kind of important. I'll go back to collision detection, handle collisions. It's going to set the flags. Hey, how you doing? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. You can always say how you like to be called. So we can see in here that when the collisions have occurred, which has now the case of 5 letters are frozen. I've got a huge amount of extra drawing going on. And this is the amount of time that's taken up by the drawing preparation. It's actually bigger than I thought it would be. But it's also possible that's got bigger because of the same problem. You know what? I'm going to do what I said I might do, just so that I can view it. If after the VSync I put the delay in, I wish I kept my routine now. But let's load X immediate 0. Let's do some knops, couple I think. Decrement X branch if not equal dot LP1. So what my thinking is here is I can shift where it starts doing the calculations to later, so that I can see where the drawing starts, and then we can watch it grow with the profiler. There you can see how it has grown, so that's good. I need a little bit more, maybe. I need more. Give me more. Really what I want is something blank at the top, then I know that I'm seeing the whole thing. Okay. That's cute. You can see that noise is growing. So we go. It looks to me like it is also growing the preparation as well as the draw, doesn't it? I'll run it again. So basically what I'm saying is this part is getting wider the more letters are disabled, and then also this part here is getting wider. We're almost out of time in the frame, which is including the wasted cycles that I put in there to move the noise so it becomes visible. When this reaches the bottom, that's when you drop a frame. So it's no longer, the game will no longer be running at 50 frames per second. 50, not 60, because it was PAL. Right, so my theory is that somehow things have got upset in the world of sprite slicing. And to be honest, I should be disabling the whole sprite. So maybe I'm investigating something that's not worth investigating. Let's try disabling the other routines. So we're looking then at the move sprites routine. I'm getting to the point where I almost want to break this into separate files. Move sprites. So I don't need to, well, the move sprite is really prepare the sprite. It's create the image of the sprite that we are actually going to draw with whatever rotation was required, and then put it in a buffer for the blit later. And we don't really need to do that if the sprite is disabled. So, and then, you know, we will AND that with 0.8, and then we branch if not equal to this here. So it goes and skips this sprite. So that's move sprites done. Yeah, this should be all right. And then there's the actual drawing of the sprites. Move sprites is done in this period here. This is the draw sprites. And you can see that I know it's the draw sprites because you see this noise because stuff is being written to the VRAM, and I'll need to turn that off as well. So draw sprites. So there's two kind of draw sprite functions. Well, four. There's a draw sprite. But I need the draw sprites function. Where did I put it? I need to break this up soon. Draw. Oh, come on. Draw. suddenly I can't type. Right, search, draw. What's it doing? Ah, never mind, it's here. So, right, this routine, I need to do a similar thing that I did up there, and this is check for bit 8. Sprite disabled, and if the answer is yes, which is when if this is not equal, we go to this point, draw sprites 2. And what do we have? Segment starts, target out of range. Ah, nasty. So I'm trying to branch too far, 471. This branch forward is trying to branch too far. And so what I need to do is always a pain is maybe I'll use this naming convention. And I have to branch around a jump. And try again. So yeah, I don't need to debug why it was growing. It's enough to say that if the sprite is disabled, it really makes sense to actually completely disable the sprite. However, you'll notice that as the sprites got disabled, they're still moving like at the same rate, and that isn't the way it should be with this game. I need to speed up the slicing cycle when this happens. That's great. I can do that. I'm going to turn off profiling. Because I don't really need it anymore. It'll come in useful later. Lovely. And I'm going to implement the speed up now. So if I go into handle collisions, hey, collision. All right, so I'm doing here is currently disabling the sprite. And then it having been disabled, I need to reduce the slicing cycle. Now what that means is that if I've got 10 things being sliced, then the cycle repeats every 10 frames. I have a variable for this, which is the slicing cycle, which is initially set to 10. When we disable a letter, we need to decrement that. So I will try to do a decrement to the slicing my excuse is that I've been polluted by Visual Studio. Thank you. Right, so I decrement the slicing cycle. Not very good excuse, clearly. Now, when letters are disabled, the other letter should speed up. And that is it. This is, it's great to see this again. This is the behavior that the original game had. Is it going to speed up again? Are they going to collide? Oh. I don't know if I need to check if this is accurate. They should be moving once every 3 frames. So if I run it at really slow speed, we should see that. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2. Yeah, it looks right. That looks absolutely correct. So it's really nice. Now, well, I can steer into the other letters to disable them. So we'll disable the G. There we go. And now I need to hit the A. Oh, this is exciting. It's like such a memory from 40 years ago. Come on, give me my A. Okay, A is broken. A doesn't work. There's always something. There's always something is broken. How about the E? Let's get the E is not broken. And now this letter A is running at full speed, and it was always a challenge to catch that last letter because it goes at the same speed as the ship. Oh look, I've still got the skills. But why doesn't letter A work? Everything works except the letter A. And then, of course, we need to clear the letter as well, instead of it being just left on the screen. But I'm thinking about the letter A right now. It's like, why is the letter A? What's special about the letter A? I need to set up a test case for this, so I can probably do that. Yeah, what I will do is put the letter A, which starts at 100 100, on top of the letter B, which starts at 32 8. We'll put them together. If I put both of these at 100 100, the first thing that should happen when the thing starts is they should both stop. Hey Gareth, how you doing? Good to see you. Some old faces. It's good to be back, and I've got something exciting. I also have a lab now, or a workshop, and that's where the 2 ACORN atoms I have restored are. And I'll be running this game on the ACORN atom and then releasing it to the ACORN atom community, because there is one. I can have letteroids as originally intended. It does feel like an off by 1. I agree with you. But what's good about this test case is that I have it immediately at the start. So the question is, do I ever see a collision with the letter A? It's just so odd. What's special about the letter A? Well, it's the last letter drawn, because they're drawn backwards. And collision detection depends on the drawing. Oh no. No, it can't be. Can it? Oh. the thing is, all the letters will have cleared themselves. I think what's going on is it starts from the last the J, and works its way back, and J clears itself and says, "Did I collide with anything? No." And so it's okay. Then the I checks. So did I collide with anything? And it says no. And it clears itself. But that means that the I can never collide with the J, because it always checks after the J had cleared itself. What a nice pickle. That's my theory. It would match with the last letter never colliding with anything. It means as well that there are probably other collisions which aren't happening for this reason between the letters. Is this a tragedy? Is this a disaster? What can we do? It's not a problem at all, because I don't need to detect collisions between letters. I'm not interested in collisions between letters at all. So I think I get away with it. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Do you get it? Because the collision routine works by checking, once it's cleared the sprite, was there any residue left on the screen, which would be left if there had been a collision, the residue being another character. And it clears all of the sprites first before it draws them. So one solution, if I really cared about it, would be to draw and clear each of the letters. So I go clear the J, replot the J, then clear the I, replot the I, rather than clear all the letters, plot all the letters. And it's not really going to be much more expensive to do it that other way, but I don't need to. What it does mean, though, that I need to think about the order of collision checks and make sure that the ship moves before the letters. Otherwise the ship won't collide with the letters. Except that all of this that I've just said no, it's not invalid. That's why the ship doesn't collide with the A as well, because it's just a sprite, and it's the first sprite that's drawn. So the ship will detect the collision, but it won't know who it collided with. So I would have to draw the ship last, which means that I would have to move all the sprites. I can't be bothered to do that. I will do it properly. I'll just do it properly. But that means I need to do a little bit of work in my in my engine. There we are. So is it off by one? Yes. Gareth was correct. It is an off by one. But it's an off by one. It's a kind of off by one race condition. Sort of. Let me see if I can fix it. To do that, I need to merely look at the draw routine, the draw sprites routine, which I can never find anymore. Oh dear. I'm going to have to draw sprites. Where are you? Plural. I need to change the colour of that thing. It's difficult to see. Right, so draw sprites. And now, you know, it could be that I've gone and said that great spiel with a great explanation, and in fact it's all nonsense. That's still possible. And it was all nonsense. Damn, it was a great theory, but I'm already doing it the way that I'm saying. Yes, I need to change it to the way that it already is. Got really, really good, Dino. Well done. That's genius. Oh well. I was really, really hopeful for that. I'm sure it's got something to do with that kind of thing. All right. Well, let's get back to the debugging then. Have I still got that test case set up? So either A, B. All right, let's simplify. That's one of the rules when you're trying to figure out this kind of stuff. Just simplify. We'll have only 2 sprites, thank you very much. That'll be A and B. Problem is that if as soon as I do that, I'm going to be in hot water because I've got the ship. No, it'll be fine. It won't be updating the ship. I'm sure it'll be fine. So we just got... Oh, I changed the letters to 2. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, nothing bad happened. But we still have the bug. We're drawing just 2 sprites. B registered a collision. A didn't. Now, it's not going to be an edge case because they're right on top of each other and there are multiple collisions as they drift apart. So that's discounted as a reason. Furthermore, which I should have realized, everything that I said before was nonsense if you have multiple collisions, because as soon as the B is disabled, it isn't being drawn anymore. And so what we just have is collision with noise on the screen. So it's got nothing to do with anything like that. It's the A just doesn't collide. I can verify this probably by writing something on the screen. Actually, I think this goes up to, it goes straight up into that corner. So one way of checking this, actually, you know what I'll do? Load accumulator, if I can type, load accumulator with -1, which immediate -1, which will set all the bits, store that in address 8 0 8 2 8 2 80 is a guess. This will set 8 bits on the screen. Okay, well, I'll need to get it down a bit more, and 80 was too big. I needed to do, say, 40 30 10 bytes. 8 4 10. Let's try that. Too much. 16. Oh yeah, yeah. It's these are bytes, not pixels. Oh damn. No, it collides with pixels. So you can see with that should have been detected. That collision with that line should have been detected. I brought it a bit closer. So it moves up, and if I did another letter, it would work. I could probably show that if I tell you what. Let me move the 2 letters apart so they don't collide, and then we should see and move them in the same direction. So I'll create the test case for A and B, so if I move letter B so it's off to the right by 20 pixels, we're good enough. And then we're looking at the velocities. We set the same velocity for the letters A and B. So both the letters will move, only the A will collide with the line. The B doesn't collide with the line. B doesn't stop, A does. So what I'll do is extend that line, which I can do simply by writing more pixels in to the screen. So here we can also write to 9, and my Emacs mojo is not good today. I've written 4 bytes across, so we have a nice long line, and we should have a collision, and one of these is going to stop. The B did. You'll notice the B actually collides 1 frame late, and that's correct because it detects the collision on the clear of the sprite, not the draw of the sprite. So I know about that one. The other interesting thing is that, oh no, A didn't collide when it was off the screen either. It just doesn't seem to like colliding. So this is a pretty good test, right? It's like B collides, but A doesn't. And all the other letters collide, but A doesn't. That's very odd. I mean, I'm thinking, what are the possible causes of this? One is that the bit is actually being set through the collision, but then is later cleared. So maybe what I could do here is shorten my line again, this collision line again, so that what I'm going to do is I've ruled out that it's anything to do with B, so I'm going to reduce down to 1 letter, because that's the other thing that can be difficult with a debugger, right? Is if you are trying to figure out, you have like 30 sprites and one sprite has a problem, but all 30 sprites use the same code. That can be tricky. I know you can use conditional breakpoints. I gave up on using those a few years ago when every time I tried to use them, Visual Studio would always crash on me, but they're a little more reliable now, if extremely slow. That's the other problem. You think, oh no, they don't crash on you. Yes, but your game will now run at 2 frames per second. Good luck. I'm going to get our letters down to 1. And when we have 1 letter, it doesn't move at all. Probably because it's slicing, and that's probably a bug with slicing. So I'm going to not splice the slice. Splice the slice. And now it crashed. That looks nasty, what it did there. I think the engine doesn't like only one sprite. Maybe if I try num letters 1, does that work? No. Num letters 2, does that work? Okay, I'm going to have to test this with 2 letters. So all sprites all sprites collide because they all use the same collision routine, which is inside of here. I can't see why that would not work. What would the exception be in this case? So I'm going to just check that I don't have something like some debug code I left in that sort of, where does it write? It writes them here and here. There's only two places. Oh, I'm an idiot. It isn't off by 1. branch if not equal is incorrect. It's branch if plus because 0 is a number. If I branch if equal, it will, the detection loop was stopping at 0. So branch if not equal. If it's equal, it doesn't branch back. So the letter A would never work. It was simple as that. So I should have paid more attention there to Gareth. Off by 1, yes, or in other words, are you sure you haven't used a branch if equal instead of branch if plus? Okay, we got there. Let me turn all the sprites back on again. Donk. It was a stupid thing. It was nothing to do with anything else that I thought it was. I made it, I'd overthought it. I made it more complicated than it really was. All right. And so we'll see if we can successfully collide with all the letters. There we are. I have successfully collid. I'm going to invent that new past of the word collide. It collid. It sounds vaguely Shakespearean. And get rid of the line up there that I use for debugging that. So there we are. It's kind of cool. That way. But I need to make them disappear. So, okay, when a collision occurs, I need to say handle collision. I need to make it disappear. So to make it disappear, I don't have a way of doing that yet. I have to, do I draw sprite uptake. I need a clear sprite routine because it's not quite as simple as all that. The clear information can be in buffer 1 or buffer 2, so I need to call the right draw routine to do the clear, and so I will do a clear sprite function. It's quite simple, but we need to write it. Yes, refly, you're collid. Bye. Now, right, so, gosh, you know, I've done all kinds of programming when streaming, and I enjoy doing that, and it's, you've watched me do that during, you know, making Kickoff Revival and other things I've done and so on, and I would be able to go on and on and on and not get tired. I can tell you that this is tiring. This is a workout. It really is a workout. I think it's good. It's good exercise. I actually get tired doing assembly programming. Who'd have thought that? I suppose you have to hold a lot of information in your head about the code base you're working on. But, you know, everyone should do it then, because then everyone will become better programmers. It's like training. We become flabby. We become flabby and weak. Clear sprite. What do I have to do? I have to figure out which buffer I should use. I'm going to stop using abbreviations like CS2 for clear sprite 2. So, and then we simply need to draw either, or we don't need to do any collision. We're not interested in collision, we're just clearing. And so we need to call either draw sprite 2 or draw sprite 1. And the rule is that if No, I'm doing that wrong. I need to just load the sprites flags, and then I can do a branch if plus. Branch if plus dot CS1, and here we'll do this old famous Two multiple return statements. Why not? .cs1. So if it's plus, it executes draw sprite 1. If it's minus, which is the top bit being set or clear, then it's draw sprite 2. And all I need to do is call clear sprite. We'll see if that works. So on handling the collision now, I disable the sprite, but I also must clear the sprite. JSR clear sprite, and it knows which one because I'm clearing because that is defined by this letter X, by the X register, not by the letter X. And this should hopefully clear my sprites now. Come on, you can do it. Oh, look at that. That's brilliant. Oh, we're really racing through this game here. I only got one letter left, and that's been eaten up. So now I can eat up all the letters. Couple of problems. One is that I really don't want to do collisions with the letters. Oh, I don't need them. Yes, I do. No, wait a minute. I need to know if I've collided with a ship. I don't need to know if... So, where... Oh, right. Actually, things say... I've collided... Yeah, right. A letter can just say that it's been collided with. A ship can say it's been collided with. But I need to know which letter the ship has collided with. Now that's interesting. Because the way that the sprites go, as you saw, when two letters collided, only one disappeared. They didn't both disappear. That's because when one disappears, then the other doesn't get collided with. I suppose I can check if the ship has collided with something, and it can say no. It's like there's no indication of what you've collided with, and the system can't know that. It can only know that you've been collided with. So I'm going to have to write some code to understand which letter I have collided with. That would be for Letteroids 2, Refly. Good idea. That is a good idea. And I could do that, for sure. Wasn't in the original game, but I like it. I could have put that in the original game. I could have done a lot of things in the original game. Clearly, I could have had more sprites moving at 60 frames per second in the original game. All I needed was 40 years more experience. Rel... So I'm just deciding how to do this next bit. I could know a letter. I could know a letter has been collided with, but it's not particularly expensive to check which letter I've collided with. In fact, I could do, yeah, okay, because I'm sort of peeling back from the way I would do it in the modern era. I would be doing it with distances, but I can't calculate distances here. I can't multiply numbers together. I can't square a number. These things on a poor 6502, no floating point unit, none of those things are available. So then the next thing you do is a bounding box check. But the way that you would normally do that is that you are checking, is this box and this box overlapping? Is this box and this box overlapping? And, you know, that can be inefficient when when you're working on a 6502, actually 8-bit 1 megahertz processor, you might want to break it down to something simpler. And that simpler thing is you first check the x coordinate and then you check the y. And this would be an example of how efficiency can be gained by not thinking in an object orientated way, as a data orientated way. So what you do is you first scan all the letters, checking for the X. And you say, is this within my, am I getting a match along the X? And you might have more than one letter that way. And then you do a check on the Y. And what you can do is have it that the check on the Y only checks amongst the matches of the X, and you have an optimization. I don't know if that's worth it. But having said that, I think I'll just check X, Y for each one. I don't think it's worth it. Right. So okay, what is all this? The result of all that thinking is that I want to figure out which letter I'm closest to, actually. Yeah, because there can be a situation where the letters are, there are more than one letter colliding with a ship, and then you have to know, well, which one was it? And there is also a danger of the collision with the ship not being the letter that you think it is. I don't remember how I solved this 40 years ago. It'd be nice if I could know exactly which letter. Ship moves. If it was mutual, I could do that. I could do the ship registers a collision and the letter registers a collision. And then what the ship does is says, I've been collided with. It then checks any of the letters to see if a letter has been collided with. And if that's the case, then it sees if there's only one. If there's only one, then it knows it must have collided with that letter. If there are multiple letters that have been collided with, then it picks the closest. My memory buy. I can always buy more memory. The world of Neuralink. If Elon Musk has his way, we'll just be able to upgrade our memory, won't we? And just plug that in. Can you imagine that? Instant access to every single photograph that you've ever taken on your thing, because you could look at, the data on your phone would be in your head. Can you imagine that? It'll be there. You won't need to open your phone. Your memories will be pictures. Somehow I find all this depressing. Oh, I missed the message there. Beginner's guess. Well, it was a good guess. It was exactly what you said. It was right at the start. I need to make a decision on how to do this. Yeah, mutual detection, it could just happen by chance, but it's not really something I can rely on. Do I have the ship detect collision with the letter, or the letter detect collision with the ship? That, yeah, if I have the letter detect collision with the ship, then I do need to have collision of the letters. But I need to be sure that it's a collision this is yeah, it's not entirely trivial. A letter says, I've been collided with. What do I know? It can look for the positions of all the other letters. Can look at the collisions of positions of all the other letters. I could do a pixel query. I could, oh god, that, you know, that could be done. It could be done. I could take, when I detect that there's a collision, look at what bits are set in the thing where the collision was detected, and then try to connect those to the bits of the images of the sprites. But this is real overkill. What I have as a concern is where you've got two letters overlapping, and then you can't fly the ship around and its wing just clips one of the letters. You want it to get the one that it clipped, not the other one that it happens to be near. If I could make the letters immune to collisions with each other somehow, that would be ideal, because I'm not interested in collisions between letters, at least for version 1. But I don't know if I have a way of doing that. How would I prevent the letters that it just says I touched some mess on the screen? La la la. I could do a thing where I take, oh, I haven't found a good solution to this yet. Maybe I'm overthinking it. When the sprite is cleared, it checks there's something that I was quite, it's on the clear. So I might just have to go with the closest. And maybe sometimes there will just be a condition where it picks the wrong one, but I think I'm just going to have to go with that. How do I find the nearest? Yeah. What? Looking at me now? Is that the way I look now? Or tomorrow when I go into work? I don't know. I was programming 6502 assembly. Yeah, well, I think I'm just old. I probably look like that all the time. Well, I'm just old and tired. And decrepit. Yeah, so I think I'm good. All right, let's think about scanning through all of the sprites and looking for the one that is closest. In the X and the Y, yeah, and well, square collision. All right, I'm going to just keep it simple. So I don't need to check all of these collisions with the letters. If I do this, or do I? I need that loop, but for a different reason. Let's load the collision flag for the ship, which is that plus 10. And then we check, no, sprites collisions. So we load that, and then we do branch if equal dot HC end, and then we can put that here, dot HC end. So if there's a collision with a ship, collision on the ship. So if there's a collision on the ship, then I go through the letters. And I'm not going to use the sprite flags. I do need the disable sprite. We'll come to that in a minute. I want to check that the X and Y coordinates are plausible at range. So we check. I could look for the first sprite that's within range. It's probably going to work. I think it's unlikely to be a situation where it doesn't work. We'll see if it is. I'll address it later. So I want to subtract what? I want to take the difference between the two sprites and then check that the difference, the absolute difference, is less than a certain amount. And I'll do that with the X and the Y. So if I load the sprite high X, that's the H coordinate. I think I used plural because it's, no, this one I did. I used plurals for the, no, I didn't call it that either. So what did I call it? I've forgotten. Sprite, it was plural. Sprites XH. Okay. Why do I need to visit Sega's headquarters in Japan? What is waiting for me there? You cannot escape your destiny. I have an appointment with somebody in... Whoa, was there a say Astro? If Astro Warrior was the name of this, it could have been. It could have been the name of this game when it was released. After it had been, after I had the insistence of the publisher, got rid of the letters. Honestly, it's a game called Letteroids originally, and the whole thing was you had to collect the letters in order, and they didn't like the letters. Honestly, you couldn't make it up. Load a sprites X, and we're going to set the carry flag because I'm about to do a subtraction, and I'm going to subtract the subtract the oh, come on, sub. Thank you. I really can't type anymore. Right, sub plus 10, which is the ship. And now branch if plus dot hc3, and now I want to negate. I can't remember. Need to look up an opcode. I can't remember if I've got opcode 6502 opcodes. The instruction set. Now, did we have a negate instruction? No. I don't know if there's an instruction for me to. No, there isn't. There is no negate instruction. I mean, it wasn't the 68,000, but you can't just negate something. You need to subtract it away from 0, but that's a bit awkward. Oh, you just use your knowledge of 2's complement. Of course, if it's negative, we use exclusive OR. My favourite. Exclusive OR. And then add 1. Oh, there's no increment on this, so I have to clear carry and then add immediate 1. So that's doing an absolute. So I subtract x from x, and then I branch if plus. If it's positive, okay, but if it's negative, then I reverse all the bits and add 1. And that's the same thing as swapping minus to plus, negating. And then I can compare the result with 8. And I branch if greater or equal. Is there a greater or equal? I don't know. Was there branch if? There may not be a branch if greater or equal. No. Might be branch if GT, BGT. No. These are all 68,000 instructions. All right. So then I compare with 7, and that's like subtracting 7, and it will always be no. You subtract 8, and it's always going to be negative. It's always going to be minus. The result's always going to be minus for values of 0 to 7. So if it's minus, then it's within range, which means if it's plus, it's out of range. So you do a branch if plus to HC4. So this incantation here is abs diff of x coords less than 8. So let's just check that again. I have to set the carry flag because I'm going to do a subtraction. Then it's not sub is not an instruction, it's SBC, subtract with carry, the ship thing, and then if it's positive, we're good. If it's negative, I reverse. I do a 2's complement. Then I compare it with 8, and then branch if plus, which is true for values 8 or higher, means that to HC4, it's actually HC2 because I need to check another. I skip that one. Otherwise, I do the same. I do this again, and this time for the y coordinates. So diff of y, set carry flag, y high byte of that thing. Branch if plus HC4 instead of HC3. You're on 4. Exclusive or clear carry, add with carry 1. Compare with 8. Branch if plus HC2, except now it's branch if, no, that's correct, branch if plus HC2, otherwise we found it. And so we found a letter that is close, and so then we disable that letter as I did before, and I think we're there. I say that like assembled first time. This is something I can't get over, how the with assembly programming I seem to be getting it right first time more often than okay, Refly, thanks for tuning in. Your sleep, bye. Let's see if I can pick up the A. Oh, the collision. The collisions don't work, so I'm going to debug those now. Is it that maybe they never detected a collision with the ship? So let's see, if I do a jump halt here, it should halt if the ship collides with something. Okay, that worked. So then it will start with num letters -1. I load the sprite X coordinate, I set the carry flag, I subtract the ship X coordinate, I branch if plus, but if it's minus I reverse the third and get to here. Let's see if it ever gets to here. Jump halt. Oops. No, don't go off the screen. Well, it seems to be working in the X coordinates. That's working on the X coordinates fine. So that did I do wrong here? Sprites YH Y. Look at that. See, X and Y. It's no, and that's still X. It's still the X. Sorry, just a silly mistake. There we go. And that seems to work. That would have worked first time if it wasn't for that Y. Y. Lovely. I can collect all the letters. I like. Okay, the next thing is that although I can collect all the letters, I need to make sure I collect them in the right order. Next letter. And at the beginning of the code, we set load a 9, store a next letter And now when we handle the collisions, we check to see which letter I collided with. Check if right letter. So what we do is load the next letter into the accumulator, and we're going to compare that next letter with what? Oh, X. Well, X is in, that's no good. Transfer X to A, so we have that in the accumulator, and then we need to compare it with next letter. And branch if not equal to death. We'll call this one the letter death. Otherwise, we do that, and we'll jump to HC2, and in here we need to put the letter death, death by letter. Right, so and we're going to jump halt. So now the game will halt when I collect the wrong letter, or alternatively we will have assembler error 462. What don't you like? Put a dot in front of that. Okay, and dead. Suddenly you have to concentrate. Okay, I don't know why I did that way round. I set it up so that I start with letter 9. Should start with letter 0. Don't let it go off the screen. Right. Try again. We're going to pick up the letter A. Dead. That's a classic. You collect the letter and you have to turn around, and then you'll clip your wing against the wrong letter, and boom. What's fun here is I could work on the explosion. I originally used a very cheesy one. A, B. All right, that didn't work. Why? Because I have a problem. When we do that, we also need to increment the next letter. Okay, let's try again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, dude, what's wrong with that? It was going so well, and then for some reason it doesn't like the letter H. Did I get the letters swapped? It's possible. Ooh. F. Well, G. Now H didn't work, so let's try I instead. This is annoying. That's very... I don't see how that could possibly happen. That would go wrong. How could that possibly happen? It's not possible. I mean, unless the letters are swapped. So let's try the other possibility that J is... Oh. Oh. Come on. All right, we go. A, B, C, A, jeez, B. I tell you, it gets tense when you know you're going to crash. C, D, E, F. Okay, so G. Now, H, I had a crash on H and I. The only other one is J. No. That's really got me perplexed. How on earth is there an exception? What? Well, how many letters did I do? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I got to 7. Even the number 7 doesn't have anything special about it. Let me just remove that or comment that line. This means that there will never be a letter death. And I can sweep them up in any order I like. But I will still try to sweep them up in the right order because I want to recreate. Where's the letter C? Come out, please. You're taking your time. C. Oh, maybe I'd already got it. That was one of the things that would happen, is you'd forget which letter you were on. You have to remember which letter you're on. I mean, that's easy when you don't have things trying to kill you, but when things are also trying to shoot you, and you're trying to shoot them, you get a bit of an overload. Sometimes you forget which letter you're on. It's all part of the fun. F. F. Oh, come on. F. G. H. Where's H? I must have already hit it. So this is very, very odd. So to help me with this, what I'm going to do is cheat. And when I'm checking for the next letter, I'm going to load that next letter into the accumulator. and store it at address 8000. Thus I can see that count up in the bits of the pixels in the top left. They're all 0 at the moment because we're checking for A and then B, and that was immediately a bit odd. It should have incremented. Will I die if I hit the wrong letter? Yes. Let's run that again. So the moment is looking for the first letter, which is 0, and I see no lit bits in the top corner here. It's up here. So now I want to hit A. I need to wait for it to come back on the screen now. Let's have a look for the letter A. Somewhere in here. Some pointer-rooney. We'll have an A. There's the A. And now that's a bit of a sign of a problem, because although I hit A and dispensed with A, oh right, that's because it only changes it when there is a collision. Okay, fair enough. I actually need to take that diagnostic code and put it at the start of handle collisions. Now it'll update every frame. So okay, we don't have anything in there at the moment. Then I crashed into the wrong one. So A, and now we have a single pixel. That's the for binary 1, and then if I can hit B, that shifted to 2. Now I'm waiting for C. That's 3. Good. Ooh, let's get to D. Oh, tragedy. D, E, that's 5, F is 6, G is 7, now we get to the big H. And this time it worked. Maybe it always worked and I just hit them out. I forgot what letter I was on. That's nuts. I'm just going to put that down to pilot error, and it just works. Okay. So in that case, let's just test it again. Oh, don't hit B. We start with A. So A, B, C. Where are you? Ah. D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay, we have a bit of ambiguity there because I'm off the screen a little bit, and things probably don't work properly when you're a bit off the screen at the moment. A, and there I collided with rubbish off the screen. I'll need to fix that. Oh, and there I collided with a B. And this is just the same as modern game development. You have to figure out how to test your game as well. D, E, F, G, H. Maybe we'll get to I. And then J. One more time, just to see if it is actually reliable or not. I'll try to weed out if it's if it really was a bug or if it's just an error on my part. C, oh, D, E, F, G, H, oops, oops, missed it, come on, gonna hit that, oh, I, come on, I, oh, I missed the J. No. All right, I think it's actually working. So then we need a death animation. I'd always tell students, put the death animation in, put the death animation. They'd never be bothered to put the death animation in. And it was such a shame. Because the death animation is half the fun of a video game. Now, the way I did it 40 years ago was cheesy. I had a random number routine and I just randomized all the bits around the ship. But maybe I can do something better than that this time. Well, I don't know, because I had to make a sound effect as well, and that was good for making a sound effect too. It feels like I need a random number generator. There's one provided in the manual for the ACORN atom. So let's do that. A random number generator in assembly. It's the funny thing is you go and you look at, you know, we didn't have any internet, so, but this book had a random number. How was it ever? Some paper, academic paper must have been somewhere that was done on this topic before the internet. It's only a few lines, a few instructions, so I'm going to do a random number generator. Copy the one from the manual of the ACORN atom. Call it rand. And what we have is, we need to have a 23, creates a 23-bit shift register. And 23 bits is 3 bytes. Okay. In my data section thingy here, rand I'll call it rand and I'll change the name of the function. Right, so 3 bytes for my random number generator. Rand next. The instructions are load the accumulator with rand. Store it in C. Now this was to make noise, so this was to send noise to the speaker. I suppose we could test it that way, so I'll just do that as well, just for now. Store a hash dollar, sorry, B002. So this, because B002 is, will make noise from the speaker, and then we need to AND it with immediate $48. We need to add with carry It's weird, it doesn't clear the carry flag. I don't like that. I'm going to clear the carry flag. Here. And 48, add with carry. Immediate $38. Arithmetic shift left. Arithmetic shift left. Rotate left. Rand +2. Rotate left, rand +1. Rotate left, rand. And then jump to rand loop. And if that assembled okay. So what I'm going to do is just call rand loop when we have a collision. Letter death. Rand next, and I don't know, we might get noise. I should be hearing from the speaker of this thing. I don't think I've got it on the audio here. I should be hearing noise. I don't hear noise. So I now need to debug the random number generator because there's probably something wrong with it. Now, I don't know whether it crashed or not, so to help understand that, we can just increment the address at 8000 and I'll see on the screen if it's running. Oh, that's pretty. That's mesmerizing. That's actually noise from the video circuitry while I'm accessing RAM. It just happens to be doing it in a pattern. You could probably draw things with the noise. That would be freakily interesting, difficult. Well, anyway, I'm not hearing any noise. That's the bit I don't understand, as I should be hearing noise. But that could be a problem with the emulator. I tell you what, because I can't rule out that it's a problem with the emulator, why don't I load random and store it in the first byte of video memory, but also do a vsync. So this will get rid of that noise. So it will randomize the top byte, the first byte of video memory. It's not randomizing anything, so what's wrong? Oh, cute. This is I think it's called the linear congruential random number generator. The problem with it is that with these, if the thing has a 0 value as the seed, it only ever returns 0. There's a story about that in my game on the Mega Drive, that before they fixed it in emulators would 0 out CMOS RAM, and there was a bug in the cartridge build of that thing where if the random number generator had 0 in CMOS on the cartridge, it would always return 0. This would almost never happen. It was almost impossible for it to happen. 1 in 4 billion people might ever see that, but run it on an emulator and every single person saw it, and therefore single person thought that my game was broken when it wasn't my game, and my game was not broken. And then some idiot who never paid for the game, only played it on the emulator, wrote a whole song about how shit I was. Because the game would run, but it would slide tackle all the time. It would be like the random number generator used in the gameplay everywhere. Every time it rolled a number, generated a number, it always generates 0. Completely ruins the game. And it was because of a bug that I didn't pick out, or nobody picked out. And there we are, story of my life. So I like to joke, I made a career out of getting into trouble for doing the right thing. See, because I thought, you know what, I could store the seed for the random number generator in the CMOS. What a good idea that is. Store it in the CMOS. So this way it will never repeat. It was a clever idea. It was a good idea. But I knew the danger of if it was 0. If it was 0, then you should not. So it checked to see if it was 0, and if it was 0, it put non-zero in there. Great. Except that in the assembly code, it was using a move P instruction in 68000, which was to move to a port. And one of the side effects of move port instructions is they don't set the flags. So it doesn't set the 0 flag, and because it didn't set the 0 flag, it wouldn't detect if it was 0. And so that's how that entered in to the whole thing. And it's one of the reasons why I joke. I made a career out of getting into trouble for doing the right thing. Which once I said to, I had a boss once who I tried that joke on. And it didn't go well because, unfortunately, he never understood what I meant by it. But it was useful for... I won't go any further with that. It's just another example, I thought I'd say that, just to sort of lighten the mood, It's just ended up another example of getting into trouble for doing the right thing. Yeah. Oh well. So anyway, let's see what I get if I fix. Yes, I didn't fix it yet. The problem is, the problem is that I need to have a non-zero number. I really do. Really important for it to be non-zero. That's why I just got a single click from the speaker, probably. Yeah. Random number. Zero, zero, there we go. 000. No, Dino. No, not 000. Anything but 000. Some random seed. Yeah, I know. You look at that up there and you can see it's generating random numbers. Now, it's not a brilliant random number generator. As you're looking at that, you can see that there are sort of patterns, and it seems to also be like moving across the screen, because as part of the random number generation we have it shifting bits. So it's not the world's best random number generator, but I'll let you into a little secret. You can give your games character by having crappy random number generators. Seriously. I remember I was watching somebody play Asteroids in the pub once. They were an expert at playing Asteroids, the original one with the vector display. When it came the time for those horrible small saucers that were very accurate and they were deadly, I was watching him play and he just knew where they were coming. He just knew where they were coming next. He'd be pointing to where he would come and he'd be right there. It's coming there, and and it's coming there, and it's coming. And I said, well, how the hell can he know where the thing is coming from? Did they put into the design there's some kind of logical pattern? Probably not. I don't know. I need to, one day I might look at this just to find out. No, what probably it was a crappy random number generator, and this expert player had got a sense of the random number sequence, and the game is better for that. There's something to chew on. Everybody always thinks that things have to be optimal on paper. You want to make a better video game, have a better random number generator, you know, as in the sense of it's more perfect as a random number generator, you know, and then you will have a better, no, crappy number generator can give your game more character, and character is something that's more important than excellence on paper. And we forget these things. I could tell stories about that kind of thing in other contexts. But you know what I want to try with this, because let's look at the whole random number generator, shall we? To do this, all I need to do is, I could do a little trick here, because there's 3 bytes and we're only looking at 1 byte here. I'll just get rid of that store, or comment out the store A, and then just tell the assembler that we want to use rand. I'm going to comment that out, and I'm going to say that's one of those things, and I know, absolutely know that's true, and nobody will believe me. There I am, getting into trouble for doing the right thing again. Rand equals $800. So what I'm doing is using VRAM as the 3 bytes of my random number generator, which means I will immediately see it. Oh, when I crash. I have to crash. Poing. And look how brilliantly that didn't work. That's a bit. That got me a bit confused. Oh, because it's 0 again, Dino. I just fell into the 0 trap on the number generator again, because there's nothing there. So what I need to do is seed my random number generator. Let's just try load 1 to store it in 8002. Let's seed. I need to remove this. Oh. I'll remove this thing when I'm done. Right, you can see there's one dot there. That one dot is the single bit that's set in the seed of the random number generator. Now I go and press the wrong button, and now I crash the ship. And look, that's cool. That won't repeat the pattern for, they say how. I better check the code and make sure that it's right, but it does look sort of semi-random. It says it will not repeat for eight 1,388,607 iterations. So it will take quite a while before it will ever repeat. Anyway, that's the random number generator. Maybe we'll see if we can get some noise out of it. I will also just check that I got the code right. Load A with rand. Load A with rand. And with hex 48. Add with carry hex 38. Arithmetic shift left, and then roll right, rand plus 2, roll left, rand plus 2, roll left, rand plus 1, roll left, rand, and repeat. That looks correct. So what I'm going to do is just leave it pointing in memory at the moment, and put it in, store the result in B002. It should make the speaker click when I crash the ship. When I crash it. So now it sounds like, I don't know if you can hear that. One sec. Sounds like a Geiger counter. Now, the reason it's not sounding like noise is because this is tied to a V-sync, so it's very low frequency. That's also why this is moving slowly, because I had a V-sync in there. I'm going to get rid of that V-sync. Oh, and not only that, ooh, that's interesting. Do you notice the letters are flashing? That's because it's feeding some of those random bits into other lines which control the video circuitry. All right. Let's try with the V-sync taken out. And now when I crashed the ship, what's a bit weird, I have to admit, about that, the visual noise is because it's writing to the screen all the time, even when the video circuitry is trying to display the VRAM. It's one of the constraints of the Atom. That a lot of the sprite work that I've done on this game at the moment is designed to work around that. But Did you hear it repeat? It wasn't. It was repeating frequently. It was like going. So it might be that it doesn't repeat for 8,300,000 odd cycles, but doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't sound. It doesn't mean that it isn't almost repeating. I mean, not a very good random number generator. Perfect for a video game. Anyway, I want to use this for the explosion on the ship. And the idea there is, let me try a little experiment. Because what I needed was a way to represent the ship blowing up, but without needing to use very much CPU. Because I also wanted to make a sound effect at the same time, and so the problem there is how to make a sound effect when you're also using the CPU to do graphics. Now, I can't remember if the Atom has a timer that you can connect to an interrupt. And if it does, then there's another way of, you can sort of do both. Well, I didn't know how to do that 40 years ago on the Atom. I did it on the BBC Micro and other things. My BBC Micro also had a sound chip. So something I can look at. But what I did here was, if I'm going to use the same technique, is I basically wrote a bunch of random values on a square over where the ship was, so that you just get kind of a noise, and then while that noise is playing, it was also sending the random values to the speaker, and everything else, the gameplay would stop, and that was the solution I used. So I'm going to see if I can do that. This would be explode ship. But to test this as a test, first of all, so I need to be able to modify 16 bytes, because it's an 8-bit, 8 bytes for the ship, but because it can scroll, as you scroll it, as you shift it, it's going to straddle 2 bytes. So you need to be able to do 16. And let's see, we'll try. Rand, if I call JSR rand next, and I get rid of the loop here. Instead of rand loop, I just do RTS. We don't need that anymore, and I'm also going to get rid of that sound. So every time I call rand next, it will just do the next iteration of the usefully crappy random number generator. Now, when I explode the chip, call rand next, store this in $8000. I'm just going to test it in the top left of the screen. Oh yes, I must remember also to put rand back to normal memory. And here we rand next, rand loop. No, explode ship. Okay, so I want to load the accumulator with rand, store it in 8000. Load the accumulator with rand +1, store it in 8001, and repeat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. The next one will be 2, 2, then 4, 4, which is 32, 6, 6, 32 bytes per line. 8, 8, A, C, C, and E, E. Probably not calling explode ship yet. Am I? No. Let's look at where the collision code is. It's beginning to get a mess, this, but anyway, right. So, letter death. JSR. Explode ship. And so the ship should explode when well, no, it's not the ship will explode, it just will get some noisy mess somewhere when, oh, right. Okay, that's not quite what I intended. Explode ES loop. Explode ship loop. Jump to ES loop. So it's going to get stuck in a tight loop like that. The other thing you'll notice from when that collisions happen is that it's a stripe. It's like, oh, come on, collide with something. There. And of course, that's because I need to calculate a new random value each time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it calculates a new random value across each of those lines. All right, error, what have we got? Value not defined, ES loop. Let's put a dot on there. And we'll try again. And right, let's crash into something. No, those were good letters. Right. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, and that was another problem, that while the explosion was happening, I didn't want snow on the screen. So I guess it would randomize every frame, which would make sense. But I'm looking at this as well, and you're seeing sort of diagonal lines, and that's because it's being not a very good random number generator, as mentioned before. But we'll get to that in a minute. I need to do a VSync here. And that will do two things. It will synchronize the noise from the explosion effect to VSync, but it also will get rid of the screen noise. So this is an explosion right now. It isn't as I remember it. From what I had, it did look more random than that. So I guess I'm going to have to figure out how to make it better. I think I know. We'll try some experiments to see if we can get a better effect than that. So the idea is that sort of random flickering would replace the ship for a short amount of time for the death of the ship. Now, if I'm going to ES ship explode, right, this is the explode loop. I just wanted to get rid of that dot. See, there's a little dot to the side there. That was when I was doing experiments. I said remove. Let's just remove that. So what I can do is call the BBC Micro uses a random number generator, but it's a bigger one. Or is it the random number generator? Maybe it's the one in the Atom. I can't remember it came, but it's a 32-bit one. But whichever it was, it had a execute the thing 20 times. I'm going to try that. So load X immediate immediate 20, and then decrement x, branch if not equal, rand loop, like so. And so what happens now is it will execute this 20 times, and then it uses the numbers that you get from that. This will be more random, appear more random, I believe. It's also slower, so we'll see how we go. And if it gets too slow, we'll get noise on the screen again. So, right, here we are. Right, so that's nice. When you look at that, that actually looks like noise now. That's the good news. The bad news is it takes too long to calculate. So by the time I've finished doing the explosion, I've used all of the available time in the VSync, in the VBlank. And that's what these noise, these lines here are. But that's a nice effect otherwise. So I can't afford to do 20. I have to reduce that down. Let's try 10. Ten is still pretty good. In fact, in a way, I think it's even better. And now I don't get any lines. Because it's quite expensive to calculate this. I need to calculate 16 numbers. It's doing a lot of... So basically, in order to get this effect, I'm devoting everything to just this explosion. And it's only for a moment, and the gameplay stopped at that point. Of course, I've still got the problem that I need to sort of line this up with the ship. I'll have to see how I do that. I haven't decided yet. I don't remember how I did it 40 years ago. I do remember using this explosion method. Let's see if we can also get a sound effect. I could simply put that thing back that I had. B002 store A inside the rand call. I mean, I need to figure out, maybe I'll just have two versions, one that makes the noise and a specialized one that makes the noise and another one that doesn't. But anyway, let's see if I can do this. No. If you could hear that. It'll do. It'll do. You know, you can't be too picky when you're working on an 8-bit 1 megahertz processor and 6K of RAM. So we've got the RAM next with noise. Now, one thing I want to do is just mask off, so I'm not upsetting the video circuitry. I want to just to mask only the speaker, which is in the documentation here somewhere. Oh, those are the port bits. B002 is bit 2 for the loudspeaker. So what I need to do there is load a rand, store a B002, but I need to do in front of that an and immediate $404, because that 04 would be bit 2. Yes, let's try that. And what do I have? Symbol already defined. Which symbol? 834. Rand loop. Oh yeah, it's already defined. Round loop 1. Round loop 2. Try again. This the emulator has a huge delay on the audio. Huge. Not nice at all. It's like I see the thing flickering and it feels like 7 years later the audio comes in. Anyway, now I've got the basis of an explosion. I need to mask off the bits I don't want because it's 8 by 8. So how am I going to handle that? I need a mask that I'm going to apply to my random bits, and then I need to shift that mask in accordance with the amount of rotation for the sprite, which I read from the sprite coordinates, because the ship can be, I have to rotate it through the bits before I write it. So I can. The problem here is I've got this written out 8 times because it's unroll. I'm going to have to repeat myself, but I wonder if you know, I'm not going to I'm going to get rid of the unrolling because I probably can get away with it, first of all, and secondly it's going to be easier just to develop this for the minute. If I load X, LFX, I'm going to load X with 0. And then it's also the address where this is going to be drawn. Actually, come to think of it, the address where it's going to be drawn would, when I draw the sprite, I use the Y register. Okay, let's start again. If I look at the routine that I use to draw the sprites, I hate it when I lose something. Like, there it is. Right. 2 is going to be the address. Maybe I need to set this up as a macro, would be probably wise. You know what I can do here for now? I can change that to a macro later, but if I can, well, it's the address. It's like 0102 80. Yeah, let's put it up here. So I'm going to keep this explode ship as a routine. That will include a macro that I'm going to write, which is a random sprite generator. I could just base it around the sprite routine. No, it's not worth trying to copy too much of this, but I will take the beginning of it. Okay. So X, it's no sprite interest instance is not a point. The 2 is going to be the screen address. There is no from. There is no collision count. I don't need any of that for this. So basically 2 is the 0 page pair of values that give the screen address where I want this effect. The other side of it's going to be the amount of scroll. So if I could do that, I can say we start with this address and it's shifted over so many pixels. A equals the shift. Well, I'll come to that in a minute. Y is going to track the drawing of the pixels. I can load that Y, and then I still want to do an exclusive OR, because oh, that's cute. You see, once the explosion occurs, I think it'd be nice if I can remove it, but to remove it, since I plot it with an XOR, I need to be able to plot it again to clear it. What does that mean? It means that I need to remember the last. Yes, it starts to get complicated. Or I can remember the seed of the random, and it doesn't really matter. It doesn't need to be different every time. And if I want it different, I can just change the seed. As long as I remember the seed, I can just redraw that one frame of noise. Well, ooh, that's interesting. I didn't think this would become a rabbit hole, but yeah. All right. So I could take a load of random pixels and exclusive OR the area of the screen for the ship. So that's fine. But if I do that over and over again, and then I want to undo it, I literally will have to play the whole thing, animation again, the whole sequence again to unscramble it. So in fact, there's a way of scrambling an image that you could do where you take all of the pixels and you randomly invert them from a seed, and you do it for a long period of time. And then in theory, the only way that you could ever unscramble it is to then reapply the whole algorithm that was used to scramble it. So if you used an algorithm that scrambled the thing for a year, it would take the same amount of processing power to unscramble it. That might have an interesting application in cryptography, or might be a load of rubbish, but I don't know. It's interesting. But I have the problem here that I need to remove the explosion. So to remove the explosion by the normal way, I would need to replot the explosion, which in this case, I mean, unless every frame I plot the same one that I plot the previous frame again to clear it, and then I plot the new one. But then that's twice that's twice as slow. I could just back up the image in that area and then into 16 bytes somewhere and then restore it at the end. I could do that. I think that might actually be the best way. Okay, well, I'll worry about that in a minute. So I load the first byte from video memory that I want to manipulate, and what I need to do is probably call here JSR rand next, and so I exclusive OR it with rand plus 0, because there's 3, and then increment y, and then do the same again. But with the second byte. I don't need this collision stuff. So that does rand next, and just the problem is that this is going to do the whole byte, and I want it to actually only do a particular window on it, which matches the shift of the ship. So in order to do that, I need to mask these. Now, I have an idea on how I can do that. I could use some temporary 0-page memory for this. I'm going to load the accumulator with, oh, hang on. If there's a 0 shift, I load -1 into the accumulator. I store this in $80, so that in address 80 I now have -1. Now for every shift of the ship, I can do an arithmetic, a arithmetic shift, logical shift right. It's arithmetic shift left. I'll do a logical shift right. I do 1 for every required shift. So the shift is in the A, there's a value in the A, that'll be a value from 0 to 7. I transfer that A to the X register. I load the accumulator Do I even need to do this every frame? Probably not, but I'll be an optimization for later. Okay, and so then we're going to do, this is not BufferX always screen, this is rand sprite. So routine rs rand sprite 1, I've got a loop. I'm going to do is shift the bits over using an logical shift right. So I do one logical shift right and actually changed mind, not do it that way. I might as well. No, I do need to store. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. So what I need to do is a logical shift right. Getting tired. Address 80 in 0-page memory, and then rotate right $81. So that's shifting it 1 bit, then decrement X, and then branch if plus dot rs 1. The point of which is that I've taken all these bits which are 1 and I've shifted them over a certain number of times into a second byte, which is 81 here. And I've done that the correct number of times, and now I can use these as masks to AND with my. I only need to do this at the top once, and then all of these bytes that I write, I can AND the random bits with that, with the 80 and 80 and 81. There is an error there. I need to store 0 in 81. Right, so that's fine. So what I do then is I generate a random number, which probably should be here, because I'm going to put some kind of loop in there. Generate a random number, load the memory from VRAM that I'm going to modify, do an exclusive OR with RAND 0. That's a better way. I think I need to first of all load RAND 0 into the accumulator, RAM plus 0. Then I need to AND this with $80, thus masking off the bits that I don't want so that I contain the explosion to the 8 pixels that I want it to be contained to. Then I need to exclusive OR if that instruction exists, which I don't think it does. We'll see. Let's just see if this compiles. Builds. It does. Okay, that instruction is available. That's good. So I do the exclusive OR, and then I store it back into VRAM. Exclusive OR it with. Right, so let's check that. Generate some new random numbers. Load the first byte random number into the accumulator. Apply the mask exclusive OR store. That's straightforward. Then I need to increment Y. So I'm working on the second byte. And there's the second byte. When you do your RAND plus 1, mask it with the second byte of the mask. Do the same thing. Okay, now that needs to be repeated 8 times. I'm not actually going to do a loop. I'm just going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So at the end, wrong. All right, let's just. If I'm going to replicate it, I might as well finish it first. Oh dear. Try again. Because after this I need to do a clear carry, transfer Y to A, clear the carry flag, add with carry 31 and transfer A to Y. I need to move Y down to the next line, which I do by adding 31 to Y. that sequence will do. Now at this point I need to also calculate a rand next in between each of these lines, otherwise I'll just get vertical stripes. This needs to be repeated 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that is my random sprite routine, for which I really don't need at the end to calculate a new value of y here, so I can get rid of that. It'll be interesting to see if that works. We'll give it a go. Rand sprite, I need to give it the address. Really, to follow the same pattern that I've been doing here, though, I also need to specify a temp. And I wish I'd done that before. This is annoying. Right, so within this region, region lost it. $80 is going to be replaced with dot temp pair plus 0. And then $81 is going to be replaced by temp pair plus 1. So now I have a general purpose thing that isn't, I can choose where I put the temp pair, temporary values, because I think I use 80 and 81 normally for other things, so then there's a clash. So having got that, I should be able to do my rand sprite thing. I can give that a go. What time is it? Midnight. We're going to go to the code for the letter death, which was then explode ship, and the explode ship routine. We'll just hardwire it for now for testing purposes. Oh, it is rand sprite. Okay, so this is calling the macro rand sprite. Let's split the screen a minute and just go back to rand sprite because I've already forgotten how to set it up. Okay, so rand sprite, we do two. We're going to test this at address 8000. Oh, we're going to use 80, and I need to do load a immediate dollars, immediate 0, store a $80, load a immediate $80, store a $81. I'm putting the address 8000 at 0 page address pair 8081. I'm giving that. So you can find the location to draw it to the screen there. We're going to put our temporary variables in 82. I'm going to load the accumulator with 0 because that's the amount of shift that I want to have in there. This should be enough to randomize the sprite. We shall see, to do the effect in a fixed location. That worked first time. Amazing, isn't it? Okay, but now let's see if the your shifting works. And now I'm going to shift it over by 1 pixel. Let's crash, please. Can I crash into something? I love it when I do something and it works first time. I just like, I guess, blowing my mind at the moment how it is. I mean, it's not like I've done any kind of serious assembly work in 30 years and or something like that. And I'm just looking at this and going, so many times I'm doing a complicated thing like this and it works first time. I mean, that, why, so I'm trying to understand why that percentage of getting it, something that works first time, goes down. And I think part of it has to do with responsiveness. It's like I make the change and I'm seeing the results very quickly. And so I'm holding all the information in my head, and it's a very different world when it takes 5 minutes for you to see the results of what you do. And so this is a wonderful evidence, I think, for this idea that I felt, but I've never had any evidence for, that the most important thing to ensure productivity from a software engineer is that the engineer can get immediate results, you know, or something. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It's like, surely the more powerful the language, the more robust the software. It's throwing into question everything. I don't know what to believe anymore. But that worked, and I think I'm going to do a test to see. It worked first time. What I'm going to do is increment every time round this loop. If I take this and I put it here, and I go here, and after it's randomized the sprite, I'm going to increment $80. It's going to cause my little effect to move across the screen. It's probably going to leave a messy trail. Well, it will, I can tell you, it's definitely going to leave a messy trail, but it's a good test to see if basically it works. And there is a bug. I've just thought of one. Okay, the bug is that, well, is it a bug? No, it's not really. It's not a bug. It's just I'm giving it, if I give it a value more than 7, it will be invalid. But that won't be a problem, because when I explode my ship, what I'm going to do is, instead of load... Oh, and... Never mind. Well, I was always using a shift of 1 there. So that was a bad test. I should really increment the... Never mind, it was a worthless test, that last one. But what I can do is load the accumulator with the x coordinate of the ship. Sprite. No, you know what I need to do? I need to calculate the address for the ship. I have a macro for that. the address? Sprite address, so it's a macro for calculating the address of screen memory for, yeah, and that's really straightforward. Draw address 1, but the two oh, that's cheeky. I'm just exploding the ship. I already know where the ship is. I already have this. It's already there. It's in the sprites. But yeah, okay. I don't need to calculate it again. I still have it from where it was drawn before. So I think what I need to do is take a quick look at the clear sprite routine. I'm just going to copy that for reasons that should become clear in a moment. Explode ship. Before we do anything, I need the address to use of the ship. And for that, I need to check which buffer we just drew, which is this one. And instead of draw sprite, it's like sprite address 2. This one is 1. And then we need to do a branch if, no, I'll just do a jump. 2, it's not CS, ES, explode ship 1, so here ES dot ES2 dot ES2 jump dot ES2. This, get the address to load accumulator sprite address 1 plus 0, and this gets the low byte of the address that I want to write to memory, and that's going to be stored in 80. And then I need to take the high byte, which is stored at that address plus 16. I need to store it in 81. But if no, this would be 2, not address 2, address 2, address 2, that's it. If on the other hand we're just drawn in buffer 1, then I take the address from buffer 1. So that's taking it from the correct buffer and storing it in 8081, the address in screen memory for where we need to do this effect, which is where the ship has been drawn last. The last thing I need to do is to get the lowest 3 bits of the X of the ship to get the amount that it needs to be rotated, for which I can do load a sprite X low plus 10, all these magic numbers. What did I call it again? Sprite XH, sprites XH, sprites XH plus 10, because this is the ship. And then I need to AND that with 7, so I'm using the bottom 3 bits into there. Then I can do the RAND sprite. And I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. Won't even cabal. Can't win it every time. 899. What did I do wrong? 899. O'Day sprite address, right? Value not defined. Yeah, okay. What did I call it again? Oh, it's draw address, not sprite address. $899. Draw address. Draw address. Draw address. Draw address. See, something it still doesn't like. Draw address. What's wrong with that? What? No, it's not abbreviated. We'll see. Crash into something. So, yeah, it's the wrong address. It seemed to work, other than the fact it's in the wrong place. So, let's see. Why is it in the wrong place? Yes, well... Even if I pick the wrong buffer, it would only be out by a pixel, probably. So it's probably not that. But I took the draw address. You take the draw address. Store it in 80. Store it in 81. Address 2, 0. You can see a similar pattern here. And that's very odd, because in theory unless I'm you fool, you fool. I see the problem. First one is that I'm exploding the ship, therefore we don't index this, I just need it hardwired. So that's sprite flags plus 10. And this is also 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 plus 10. Because it's hardwired to the ship instead of a general purpose. Although I could modify this so that I could explode anything. Wait, I might do. Well, no. This is a very specific code for a specific thing. Let's crash. All right. Where menu. What? Why does I'm not? What is menu? That must be some. What it must be is that some Shift or Alt key was down. Yeah. Do you ever see that? It happens all the time. It's been happening for the last 30 years. So you're doing stuff on the keyboard, right? And you're doing stuff, and suddenly it thinks that an Alt key or a Control key or a Shift key is held down, and it isn't. Does this happen to you? It's like, can we get rid of this problem? I mean, how many times I'm there going, like, what's going on with this? You saw it there. It's not, I'm just making this up. That was the key. I hit F12. I hit F12. And it didn't work because it probably its Shift key was down. But I wasn't pressing the Shift key. So what happens is that the keyboard gets out of sync. What causes it to get out of sync? It's probably, these keyboards are still based probably on the same Z80 code, the original ones from 30 years ago. I don't know. But anyway, whatever the cause is, it would be really great if they were to fix it. Because I'm tired of that. At least 2 times a day, I end up doing a 6-fingered prong attack, a 6-fingered attack on the keyboard where I push all of the keys down. It's insane. Am I the only person who's ever noticed this? Anyway, maybe that would be something to look into in the future. Research into that. Debug that. Find out why. Fix it. What I need to do with my explode ship function, I'm not quite done because a couple of things are wrong. One of them is that I don't have the means to unscramble that scrambled bit of memory on the screen. Unless I back it up, which I think is probably a good idea. What do I have it? Do I have something I can back up this to? That isn't used by something else? Yeah, I can use a draw buffer. I think. No, I can't use a draw buffer. Got to use the ship draw buffer. I think let's not be too clever. Explosion screen save. So this is going to be, I need to fill with 16 bytes. So I save in 16 bytes. Yeah, it's only 16 bytes. It's not an image of the screen before. Right. Save screen. So where I need the address first. So the address was calculated here and stored in 80 and 81. I've calculated the correct one here. Right. Now I need to back it up. So to back it up, I need to do 8 Foden stores. Load Y immediate 0. Load A $80, comma Y. Store A to explosion screen save, comma, X, load X, immediate 0. Store, so I load that, store that into there, and then I need to do an increment Y, and then an increment X, and then I do this again, and then I need to do transfer Y to A, clear carry, add with carry, immediate 31, transfer A to Y. So move to the next line, and increment X. But I'm going to do the increment X first. So increment X, transfer, blah, 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 blah. And the whole thing does 32. You add 32 every time. 32 times 8 is 256. So we know that when we've done 8 bytes, it's exactly going to come back to 0. 32 per line, 8 lines. 32 times 8 is 256. So I can actually do their branch if not equal. But it's very elegant, ES2. I'm not unrolling this one. Save the area of the screen for the explosion. Let's just make sure that that basically works. La 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 la. Let's do a collision. Now, weird stuff has happened. That's very weird. So kind of cool, but very weird. I don't understand what happened there. So I think it's time to investigate further. Well, to bypass this. If I want to bypass the save of the screen, this there, I can go to ES loop, which I can do when I do blah blah blah. Let me just do a jump to ES loop here, so that I'm bypassing the attempted save of the screen. This should just do what it did before, surely. I'm getting very weird stuff happening now. So I'm going to take the code I just wrote for saving the area of the screen and back it up, and now we're going to undo. I need to get back to a point where things behave correctly. Stop. Thank you. Right, so that's there, and then all I did in theory was add this routine. And there is the importance of testing and doing incremental changes. Instead of having to debug blind, especially true when you haven't got a debugger, you know, you need to try and keep things operating all the time in a sane, understandable way. So what I do is then add this code, and this screwed things up. You need to understand why. Load A, load X, I change the value of X, does that matter? Or shouldn't? I change the value of Y, that shouldn't matter. I'm loading addresses in screen memory and storing it in explosion save X, and then that's fine. increment y, increment x, that's fine. Increment x, transfer y to a, clear carry, add carry 31, transfer a to y. Branch if not equal, ES32. And that code, which should do nothing untoward at all, instead does crazy stuff I don't understand. So, how do we debug this? Well, I'm just going to get rid of the, well, going to comment out the stores, and at least then it should behave. I'm seeking, you know, behavior that makes sense. Yeah, this does not make sense. However, looking at this rather pretty moving dots, what is that? It looks like I'm writing to the screen, but I'm not writing to the screen. How can I have things appear when I'm not writing to the screen? Because I'm reading the screen while the video secretary is writing to the screen. And what we are literally seeing here is a representation of the tight loop, that this is caught in an infinite loop. It means that branch is always not equal, and at the end y never comes back to 0 is the only conclusion that we can have. This is stuck in an infinite loop. I can prove this if I do a jump halt here. If I'm right, it will never get to the halt. So it's distracting. It's like, it looks like it was modifying things, but it wasn't. It's because of this peculiarity of the atom with VRAM. There it is again. You see it hasn't reached the halt. So the actual problem here is that it is stuck in an infinite loop, which I did not expect. But maybe I'm making a mistake with the way the opcodes operate the flags. So let's just take our way through this carefully. Oh, it's a classic. Well, of course, it's never ever going to. Yes. Yeah. It's never going to be able to. I don't have two ES2s there. I was ES3. It's never going to be able to exit the loop if I keep resetting Y in the loop. It's a silly mistake. Okay, right. So let's try this with the halt. It should halt after I crash the ship. And there we are. This is the halt state with that little counting going up there. That's how I know it's calling the halt function. Now, this thing here is backing up the screen. Should probably be done after a VSync to prevent a flash of noise. On the other hand, we could keep the flash of noise because it's just had a, an explosion. Oh, let's see. Crash into something, please. Yeah, can you crash into something, please? All right. Well, I think it's fine. Right. Next thing we need to do is it needs to only do the explosion for a bit. I mean, having the explosion go on forever is going to reduce the fun factor of the game. So maybe we should only explode the ship for a little while. This is the loop for exploding the ship. We need a counter. I don't think I have a variable available. I mean, temp, round sprite. Oh, look at that. Round sprite doesn't use X. Oh, look at that. Oh, yes, it does. There's a dex here. Why is there a decrement X? Why is there a decrement X? Transfer A to X. Yes, there is. Yes, of course, for the shift. So, yeah. I'm talking nonsense. It does use X. So I've got no free register, so I shall use 83. We'll do here, load A, immediate. Well, how long should we do? I mean, 10 frames. I think I did 25, half a second. Store a $83, I said, wasn't it? And then instead of jump ES loop, we do clear carry, subtract with carry, immediate 1. No, so what am I talking about? Decrement $83. Branch if not equal dot es loop. So there we are. We'll do 25 frames of explosion, and then after that it will need to restore the video memory. Restore the area of the screen for the explosion. So in this, we take those, they're the same, but we take this instruction and move it. No, try again. We take this instruction and put it here. We take this instruction and put it here. And we need to change this to load A. And the other one is store A, and load A and store A, and all the rest is the same. So if this works, after the explosion we shall have errors, is what we shall have. 930, error line 935. What do we have? Branch if not equal ES loop. Target out of range. 935. Target out of range. Are you joking? Ah, there's a great big blooming macro here. Branch if equal ES. How is it working with multiple? Oh, I've got the same label. How does that work? How does it know which? Oh, symbol already defined. I think that's the errors I'm getting. All right. Branch if equal dot ES4. Otherwise, jump to ES loop dot ES4. That's the first error out of the way. Then on 941 we have symbol already defined. We'll need to make it ES5. And then oh, wonderful. Yeah, okay. It still wants to explode forever, and that's the thing that makes things Sad. Why does it want to explode forever? Because it decrements 83 and 83 never becomes 0, and the explanation for that would have to be that 83 got overwritten. Oh, because it does. 83 is overwritten here because this is a pair. Right, I need to use 84. Fool! Let's try again. Alright, and then we can crash. No, it still doesn't work. Why? Decrement 84. I'm now giving it a very strange look. A really strange look. That's like, what? Okay, let me just do a simple cheesy check. We always like cheesy checks. I know that F0 isn't being used at the moment. Will you crash into something, please? Please? Very, very, very odd. One of those cases where I'm missing something. It never gets here unless it's doing. Oh, I think it does. It just ends up coming back again because it's getting called again because it's still colliding. Because it's. I think that's the problem. If I try jump halt here, we can see. I bet you it will halt there. Ah, gotcha. So, so it was looking like it was never ending, but it was ending. It was just restarting it again. We need logic. It's important, this. We need logic at the ends of the explosion when things are dead. We need to bring the ship back to life again, but we need to do that after a delay. I need to be able to signal that the ship has been destroyed. I need a ship status flag. I don't have one yet. Ship status. You know, I'm got variable names here. The horror that you're not aware of, probably, is the fact that when I wrote this game originally 40 years ago on the ACORN atom, on the atom itself, I didn't have variable names. It's like the labels were like LL1 and LL2 and LL3. There were no labels. So now I can have something called ship status. I had to record on paper everything. Oh, the luxury of being able to create something and call it ship status. It's like, wow. This is going to be a byte for the ship status. Now, we're going to bit 0 equal ship offline. It's out of action. Now, if the ship is out of action, then we don't execute the update ship. So I can do load a ship status and it with 1, and the result with 1. So I'm now looking at bit 1, and then we do branch if not branch if equals 0 dot us 4 I think I have available, us 4, and we'll do an RTS otherwise. So I'm branching over a an RTS, a return. So now I have a way to stop the ship when it's destroyed. So when I explode the ship, as I do here, well, I think, right, responsibility, this is the effect of exploding the ship, but in the death of the ship, we need to load the ship status and then or immediate 1 and store the ship status back again. So I've set this bit that will disable the ship upon ship death, and I've still got the jump halt in there. Get rid of that. Let's try again. And now we have an error 9598. That's because it's all A. That was it. Let's have a look. I'm going to crash my ship. I'm going to crash my ship. No, that's still not working right. Because why? Because the handle collisions on the ship is outside of that loop and it's still getting called. Fair enough. This is specifically handle ship collisions. And the first thing I should do is load the ship status and bit 1 and branch if not equal dot hc 5 or RTS hc5. So this is an early out if the ship is disabled. Let's try this now. Will you crash the ship? And we crash the ship. And we crash the ship. No, the ship never crashes. That's bad. That's because I got this the wrong way round. Branch if equal. Let's try this again. Right. And we crash the ship. It's still. Oh, come on. Ah. This is what I call a groundhog bug now. We've reached the status of a groundhog bug. It's the one where you have an issue, you see there's a problem, you fix the problem, but the issue still stays, and then you fix the next problem and the issue still stays. So it becomes officially a groundhog bug if you fixed the problem twice and it still stays. So we're now in groundhog bug. It's like really annoying because I handle the ship collisions. What have I done wrong? I've got the ship status. I load the ship status. I check the bottom bit of the ship status, and it's doing what it's doing. You know, there we are. Ship status. All right. I set the bit. I set the bit here. ship status is set here. And if it's clear here, we jump, handle ship collision. Where? The letter death? Okay, I'm obviously I have some kind of assumption that's wrong. So what I'm going to do is upon letter death, we're going to call delay. So what this does is cause a pause. So that's helpful, because we can see that it does explode, it does end the explosion, but for some reason letter death happens again. Now, how letter death happens again, that's the question. And I found it. Branch if plus HC1. We're done, it's still looking through the letters. And I probably zapped the X index, whatever. Right, so yeah, I need to put an RTS here. So it will exit the function when it's done, instead of keep going. Okay, right, here's the third attempt to squash the groundhog bug. Will it be a level 4 groundhog bug? No, it was a level. It's a level 3.5. I mean, it worked properly, except that the ship is still there. I don't understand. So actually, we'll say this is a different bug. So I defeated the level 2 groundhog bug, and now I've got a different bug, which is just an ordinary bug, which has been revealed now that it was standing behind the level 2 groundhog bug. Update ship status. I don't see anything wrong with that. I load the ship status in, I set the lowest bit, I store it back into ship status, then update ship. Oh, nice. The problem is that it has actually disabled the update of the ship, because the controls are not working. What it hasn't done is disabled the sprite, which has its own velocity calculation. So I need to also disable the sprite. So let's do that, shall we? And then we also should disable the sprite. So to do that, I need to do I can't remember which bit I use for disabling the sprite. Oh, it's bit 3. Load a sprites No, I'm using Emacs, not Visual Studio, damn it. Sprites flags, and then and it with $immediate $08. That's bit 3. Or it with that and store it back in. Store sprites flags. So up +10. Disable the sprite. Let's see what we've. Oh no. Error on line 606. 66606. Or A. That's it.